Test. There we go. Gotta love software being awful. Like, that never happens, but somehow, because it hard crashed my PC, it screwed up my device settings. Mute? Now it should be good, right? Yeah, good? Stupid morning, man. Cool. Software just crash, as always. Have you guys not noticed in the last year that, like, nothing has been working? I mean, across many machines and many, browsers and whatever, like, basic web pages just do not work the way that they should. Stuff has just been super bloated and crashy for no reason. Am I working on? If we can get the web server back up, I will show. We are currently doing mostly integration and maintenance work leading up to the big 5.0 release. We have a whole bunch of new environments. Buffer 3D and it will be. I need to fix it up. That's actually on that's like the to do but not super important list. Like, I got to do it before release, but it's kind of whatever. This is weird that this doesn't work now. Vector was empty. Okay, cool. This is just like a test demo server. Some Windows horseshit. Keyboard tricks. I have no idea how difficult that is. Sounds like that the physics with that would be quite annoying. Okay, there it is. Oh, hang on, I didn't grab my coffee. Some coffee. Come on. All right, whatever. Let us hopefully test all the ends. I'm a little. Mm, I don't know with the website if we want to set a limit or something. We definitely need to limit the policy size to some extent of what we're gonna be on the what we're gonna have on the website. I don't know if it's worth trying to do BF16 weights or not. I mean, we could make some improvements to the inference for sure, but the startup time with loading the weights, kind of need to fix that as well. So I've moved the 5C stuff onto 5.0. So it's now 5.0 because that is the actual dev branch for the release. So there are no more name changes to the branch. And it's not too late to submit. You'll see as soon as I have this open that all of the ends that were submitted have actually already been pulled in, and I'm debugging them now. Like, that's exactly what we're doing. Why the hell this doesn't make any goddamn sense, does it? Stupid thing, man. What I get for using an old PC that still has Windows on it. Never again, man. Native Linux always. It's just so bizarre, man. I don't even know how Windows, like, how it manages to have this shit, right? It's probably just some jank from WSL. Well, WSL is total shit, I agree. I thought it was good for a while until I spent 2 days trying to track down a perf issue that was just straight up WSL leaking 25% perf for no reason. Like, I genuinely do not understand how Microsoft as a company has any value whatsoever. That works. This is definitely soda, though. Hang on, this is not smooth yet. We will fix it. This is the whole point of this, like, stupid LLM setup that I have here, is just there are 50 N's, and, like, I need to be able to very, very quickly triage, because it's gonna be basically the same 3 or 4 bugs for every single env. PR finally submitted. Light bike? I like Tron? You mean this? Whoops, where is it? This? Looks fun. I'm gonna change the background color, like the outer background color, to match Puffer. Other than that, it's good. Policy's not bad. Probably improve it. That was fast. Yeah, I'm pulling. You just happened to submit it on the day that, like, I do. Like, this is literally the day that I'm handling the last 6 months worth of NPRs. Yeah, I'll show the double pendulum. We'll fix it, though. I'm thinking we might do, like, N pendulum or something, since that was a big Twitter thing. We might just add that. It may or may not be useful. Okay. Oh. This is clean. Yep. Um, Something is jank as hell there. Cart pole. Fixing double pendulum. Let's see if it works. Not quite, it looks like. You can play with it if you'd like. What the fuck? You see how they're just like a million stupid little like port things to address? This would normally make my life miserable for a couple of weeks every release. Is why we're doing this. Snake. Uh-oh. Draft decks. That's an impossible spawn, isn't it? Craft decks is basically, yeah, basically that. Terraform works nice. This seems to work. Yeah, WEF. Ridiculous. Enduro's nice. Go looks good. Chess, nothing is happening. Colo model is 755K. Ooh, that's nice. That's definitely nice. Vibe coding. Not vibe coding. This is maintenance work. Triple triad. Lime volley's nice. Last stars, whatever, works. Asteroid's cool, but doesn't work well. Works. I know works. Pretty basic. Or where frame rate's messed up. Fresh pickup is fine. Docking puzzle. This is nice. This is a solid env. Whack a puffer. You see how they're just like a million stupid little issues with everything? Okay, this is pretty funny, isn't it? It's like, it's Flappy Puff. I actually like the way that they tilted the puffer. That's super funny. Flappy Bird. Was Flappy Puff. Clicking env. Ah. Oh yeah, there've been like a ton of different Flappy envs. Some of them have been like very low quality and not worth merging. I just like randomly picked one of them finally and said, ah, okay, we'll see if this one's any good. Invert, is this vibe coded? Like nothing's aligned here on the rendering. Ooh, I like this env. Okay. This one's cool. Soccer, something's wrong. Anthem is cool. Amazing contest. Basically, any of these ends, if you like them and you think that they would actually be useful for research, like, just start playing with them and see if you can train something interesting. Pretty much any of these ends, if it ends up being useful for research or producing something interesting, can become one of our most commonly used ends. I've decided to introduce this, like, gold-silver system, where we mark our best, most stable, most useful ends as gold, we mark the ones that are, like, have potential as silver, and the rest of them stay blue. And that's it. Nope, no bronze. I don't need 2 tiers. I mean, I only need 2 tiers. Everything else will just go in our default cyan. That's the bronze, if you will. Flappy Puff. No, gold M's are ones that we've used. Like, there's also a requirement for gold M's that we've actually used them for a while in active research, and we know that there isn't any weird jank associated with them, which all of these fit, you see? Okay, lots of simple little tasks. Also, I'm not going to gold tons of simple environments. So like we have breakout pong and cart pole. Many of the environments that just insta-solve, unless they look really, really cool or have some other property associated with them, I'm not going to gold. Imagine doing all this work manually. Yeah, I did this work manually every update, and it was awful. Um, Now when we only had like 10 or 20, like 10, even 20 Ms, it wasn't that bad. But like, look at all these. I mean, it's just a classic problem. Arguably, I could just leave, like, it's such a classic thing. I kind of just needed to pick a couple sanity check ends, right? Like, you should insta-solve Pong, Cart Pole, and now with the latest Puffer Breakout. All three of these are under a second. Arguably, we could swap it for something cooler. Maze has been one of... Maze and 2048 are my top two. Like, I use these, and Breakout for quick tests, I use these more than anything else. Neural MMO has a massive new soda because we fixed a big obs bug. Framey bullshit. Not fixed yet, apparently. Oh, Boxabun's fixed. Hey, look at that. This is the super easy version of it, of course. X.0. You should update them. Yeah. You'll notice I kind of just stopped doing minor releases because it's just too much work. I prefer to work on major cycles. Weirdest jank you've seen in an... Oh my god, I've seen every possible thing under the sun, man. Actually, Neural MMO, the bug that we had with this one, it was still learnable and it could still be superhuman. But what would essentially happen is, let's say that you can observe another player, it would essentially ghost the rendering in the observation so that, like, you see the entire trail of where the enemy has been, and you have to keep track of, like, which is the current one versus which is the smeared rendering of the past. And it could still get superhuman with that. It just took a ludicrously long time. Robocode's fixed. How many of these do we have left? Oh, geez. Lots. NPC shuffle. Learning the pseudo-randomness of NPC shuffle when stepping under. Wait, there's no way it learned the PRNG, dude. You just put a spam click in the center, don't you? Balatro soon? Looking forward to it. Does it come with any sort of self-contained render, or does it have to hook into a copy of the game? Because even if you have like just a minimal self-contained render, we can stick it on the website. I highly doubt the creator is going to be like, ah, you're ripping off my game. Like, nobody's going to actually play the version with no, like, with just, like, box graphics, right? Working on render, very nice. Whoa. Laggy piece of shit. I had implemented it way too deterministically. Eh. Okay, that's cool. I'm working on chinning another account at the moment on the side screen here. 94 ranged. Now, what's solid is frickin' 2 Kodai's Ancestral Hat and 2 Prayer Scrolls in the last 50 raids. That's solid. A lot of time in old school, yeah. I'm a little worried about whether I'm gonna have like full gear to be able to do archives on release. I'm missing Oathplate and Shadow. Sold Tebow? Oh, I wouldn't have sold Tebow, jeez. Like the one thing I've like never sold and always kept since I bought it. Because like all my favorite content uses Tebow. One or two megas. Better to have one or two instead of max. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the drop rate changes. I really wish they hadn't done that. Like, yes, I'm profiting off of it because that's what I'm doing at the moment, but I think that they try to like they cater way too much to irons. Like the only way that stuff holds value long term is if the average person like doesn't ever get one of everything or more than one of everything. Like I would have honestly been down if they just made the deck scroll like 5x rarer from the start. Just holds like 200 mil value permanently. Yeah, I find it very stupid that they like it's like the thing that makes MMOs cool is the economic balance that you get by having designed for having lots of players, and having to make everything solo completable just ruins it. Because basically, if everything has to be solo completable, eventually everything just dips in price because too many of them come into the game. Auto-aggressive action space. Each step conditioned on the previous. Ooh. Um, that can work if you formulate it cleanly. It's a little gross because it extends the credit assignment horizon. Multi-discrete is very nice if you can do it. Multi-discrete is very nice if it can do it. For stuff that's really too complicated to just multi-discrete, then yes. We do have conditional, like single-step conditional action generation in progress for NetHack and chess at the moment, I will say. Okay, so all of this stuff is in progress. Wasted so much time figuring out invalid. Yeah. Without masking, that'll happen. PR to double pendulum. What was wrong with it, Crit? I just removed 2 lines. Is it the if statement that assigns a reward if you actually solve it? Look, if solved, assign. I just removed the if statement. Oh god, the worst, actually the worst, like, the worst fail I've ever seen with language models was when I was working on Sokoban all day, and then Bet just came in like, yeah, I'm gonna get Chat GPT to solve this watch. And it's like, hey, look, I got 99% on Sokoban with Chat GPT or whatever. And it's like, yeah, okay, let me see the policy. And it had just removed, or was it Maze? It wasn't Sokoban, it was Maze, yeah. And it had just removed all the walls in the maze. That was the best. Reward was set to 0 in C reset. That's fine. The reward can be set to 0 in C reset, right? And that's just being. Oh, I see what you mean. Ah, okay. Yep. What site is this? This is the dev build of Puffer. So this is where we host all of our demos. Agents run around in your browser and do things. This is probably one of the cooler ones. They all run right in your browser. You can see we have a bunch of envs here, and in the next version we have a bunch more envs. Who did Dr. Mario again? I remember that was like a new contributor who was like super excited about it and couldn't get it to work. This is all open source. You can help us out for free by starring the Puffer on GitHub. Pufferfish loves stars. StarCraft for AI. We actually probably should just have an RTS game on here if you think about it, right? Wait, has nobody submitted an RTS to us yet? That's actually really surprising to me. I guess the action space for an RTS is really annoying. Well, okay. The closest thing we have, like, it depends if you want to do RTS at the level of, like, one agent controls all the units, or every unit is an agent, I guess. How much for Grok sub? I ran out of tokens. This is the $300 a month sub that's... Well, I got it at 100 a month for the first 3. I have not run out of tokens yet. If I start hitting usage limits, though, that's when I get annoyed. I absolutely should not be hitting usage limits on a $300 a month plan doing routine maintenance work. Like, this thing is not even really writing much of, or almost any code. It's basically just fixing little tiny things. Oh yeah, isn't that Kinvert? Kinvert does have Command and Conquer. Kinvert has a lot of ends. If I can convince him to have them all polished, if he'll actually, like, take the time to polish them, by all means. The thing that, like, people have to realize, right? If you just want to, like, dick around and make some random env to learn, that's cool. But, like, the envs that we end up using for research are the ones that people actually finish the last 10 to 20% of, right? Like, it actually has to be fast, polished, simple, good code. Heck, even I'm guilty of this. Like, MOBA here, this is an awesome environment, and it just needs a little bit more polish. Okay, this framiness is the stupid language model fucking things up. I'll sort that out in a second. This is fixed at least, except the policies are bad, but the rendering is fixed. Weekly electric fish. Yeah, I know it's the hardest, but, like, you gotta finish your projects, right? Honestly, like, what's the difference between me and, like, everybody else who started their own little reinforcement learning library? I kept doing it. For years. Market in the world. What happened after GPT? My hope for RL is that the impact of it is much more directed. Like, you're not going to see a ton of big general purpose systems powered by RL, but you're going to see very important domain specific applications in a variety of areas that you indirectly really care about. Like in scientific simulation, for medical discovery, biological sim. Probably in material science, you'll get quite a bit of impact on the science side from that. You will see it in games. Like, you will just have RL agents in games, and that's going to be super fun and cool. I'm hoping that it gets done, or I'm hoping that we're able to be involved with that, frankly, in a way that's, like, actually fun and something that gamers want, and is not just, like, shoving the new stupid tech down everybody's throat. I think it definitely can be something fun. Um, Other than that, obviously, you're going to see it in various places in robotics. I think the type of RL I do is specifically way cooler for things like drones and for like low dim control than it is for humanoids. But I've always sort of thought humanoids are kind of stupid anyways. Is that subscription X Premium? No, it's Grok heavy. It's separate. You do get like basic Grok or whatever with your X Premium Plus, but I got the full thing because it's fast. Honestly, the biggest thing that they could do to improve it, in my mind, is just make it 10x faster. Like, I don't foresee any time in the next year, like couple years, I don't foresee me going, damn, actually, it's just smart now. I think we're still gonna have all sorts of really stupid errors, um, coming from these things. Like, that doesn't mean that they're not useful, though. And the thing that makes it most useful is if it just does it all faster. So Valve CS2 cheating. Um, it wouldn't really be for anti-cheat as much, frankly. RL Pac-Man. Oh, like this? Where is it? Where's Pac-Man? We have it on here somewhere. Here it is. Nom 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 nom. Do they have the charts published anywhere, Valo? If they have like the benchmark and token speed versus setting. Nom nom nom. Yeah, obviously there's drones. Um Drones plus RL are kind of scary. I'm not opposed to defense tech. But if I come up with like the coolest thing ever and we can't figure out anything better to do with it than like blow each other up, then we kind of deserve that. I think we can do much cooler things with it though. Honestly, what my maybe it's naive, but my hope for drones with like military drones would be that like they just get good enough that there's no point in fielding human soldiers. We kind of just destroy each other's drones, and then when somebody runs out of drones, it's like, okay, let's call it. Like these drones. Marco. On medium, matching Opus 5 at high. Okay, I could probably try that. It did that by default. Is it necessary to complete classic ML? Final year. Ah, so if you want advice, if you're learning AI stuff here, I actually do have like good formal no bullshit advice. These two articles will be very useful to you. I don't think that most classic ML is super necessary to be very familiar with. You should have at least some sort of historical background so that you don't do something like, you know, throw Bert at a problem that's obviously just bag of words. I have seen students with no background before do that. Um, I I personally am not very mathematically inclined. My math is mediocre at best. You obviously need to understand backprop. You probably should have written some kernels or at least some like layers in NumPy by hand, um, and understand how that works. That actually does come up. But aside from that, I generally find that having a good background in systems and just low level development in general is much more useful than going heavier into math. Dude, what are you doing? Okay. You had so long to eat. Oh, did you potluck yourself? Ah, that's shit. How do you earn? Curious? So, all of Puffer stuff is free and open source. We have the fastest by far RL tools out there. We have some of the best algorithms as well. We build ultra high perf sims. Companies can pay us to build them high perf sims or to generally integrate our tech with their internal RL efforts. So it's pretty much we build the best stuff. You can use it for free, but if you want to have the people who build the best stuff making sure that your stuff actually works, then you can pay us for that. It's something of a groundbreaking business model in this age. Imagine instead of it being software as a service, it's just service as a service. At Awaken Duke. Jeez. I've always thought that that's basically just this streamer game mode anyways, right, Valo? It's like, eh? It's more than consultancy. Consultancy would just be like, hey, I know things, hire me, right? This is, we actually build all of the tools. The Blood Torva? Oh, hardcore, man. Hardcore Valo. No, Blood Torva is cool. What does typical? There really isn't much of a typical day, to be honest. Depending on what I'm doing, it's either going to be infrastructure dev, or building sims, or doing core algo research, or occasionally you get bullshit like this where it's just, hey, it's time to release the next version soon. And this is essentially semi-automated or mostly automated janitorial work. Just making sure all that the new M's actually work. I figure I can automate about 80% of the work for this, um, just like the janitorial work. And then I'm pretty much just going to have to go through all of our high quality M's, make sure nothing got messed up. And then any M's that are like suspiciously not training correctly in the new version. Slay the Spire-like game. Well, it works as a playtester. Also to a certain point. System America. Yeah, so I mean the main advice I have for that, right, is you gotta make the game stupid, stupid fast. Which is not hard. Like, if you're just writing your own game from scratch, low level in C or whatever, it's actually very, very easy to get 1000x the performance that basically everybody else targets. Just nobody bothers to do it. And then when stuff is very fast, then you can do stuff like, oh yeah, I'm just going to train my RL agent on a millennia worth of gameplay from my game on one machine. Oh, look, it really likes exploiting this combo? Let's nerf that. Vampire Survivors is not a great type of env because there really isn't much to the gameplay, and it's a spectacle env, so you can't really make those fast because the whole point of the game is just cramming the maximum number of entities possible onto the screen before the computer blows up. So it's not interesting as a learning problem, and then it's also like annoying from a systems perspective. Just no. Bullet hell. There's actual mechanics too. You can dodge stuff, right? Like if you wanted to make like a Toho style env, you totally could do that. Vampire Survivor style env is significantly worse than like a Toho env. Wrote the whole game engine. Separate logic from visual. Visual logic has no overhead. Yep, that's the correct design. Good job. The other obvious common ones are like, can you get it to be 0 memory allocation after initialization? How much? It depends what plan you get. I'm using it because it's fast. Okay. I've kind of just been talking to chat here because I went through and I gave this literally 30 different minor end fixes to do. I don't know why this thing doesn't just kick these out to subagents automatically, but this will be done pretty soon anyways. They're all pretty basic fixes. Yeah, a while ago, even before Fable, I just stopped even considering the anthropic models on principles. I just no longer want to give those people money. Um, and then overall, it's kind of funny to me how close, um, like Codex and Grok are. Given the head start that OpenAI had, it's kind of pathetic, frankly. But hey, what are you gonna do? Coming from Reddit. What on earth of my thing is on Reddit? Feeding real C++ code bases into Grok. Depends what C++ code bases. That's a mixed bag if there ever was one. I honestly would not be surprised. For the Gemini models, I genuinely would not be surprised if the models are literally worse if you train on Google's code rather than if you don't. Like, maybe they're better at solving tasks, but I would not be surprised if they just write way worse code. I've never looked at Chromium, the Chromium source. They're on GitHub now. Oh yeah, I genuinely do not know why the hell they bought Cursor. Eight more issues. Let's take a look at let's take a quick look at some of these. This is better, right? The deslopify prompt. I think I committed it to the 5.0 branch. I've still been playing with it. It will not just like suddenly make the dumb model smart, but if you throw it at really shit code, it does a good amount of the like initial stuff for you. This one's fixed. Oof, so slow. Okay, we'll just do this in passes, I suppose. Oh, here's Snake. I think this policy sucks. Once I have your env actually doing something, then yes, man. I have a bunch of maintenance to do first. Look at all these envs. Right? Well, I haven't been able to stick... Like, yours is the only one that I can't put on the website, right? Because it's CUDA. 5 is fixed. This is laggy as hell. But that's probably just the... I mean, this is kind of expected. Huh. That's better. Yeah, that's definitely way better, right? I can't play that well. That's actually really good. Holy crap, look at that. That's a very precise game. Ooh. That's actually quite impressive. Asteroids Paul. I think Asteroids could be a very nice like medium difficulty arcade end for us. The only thing that makes it slightly annoying is I do think you need the entity encoder. Okay, there's the policy. Oh. Oh, that's an exploit. But we lose... Why do we lose every other point? Like, every other point we lose. It's weird. Oh, okay, it's just initial. Not bad. Oh, there it is. There's the towers. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know about the defaults, man. Env needs a little work. Our fish simulator, the policy is not very good. It's an echolocation puffer. Can you merge double pendulum? Yeah, will do. Let me, as soon as this thing finishes, I'm gonna do the next round, and I'll do that in that pass. Just remind me. Oh, this looks so much better. There we go. It'll specify every one of these as sub-agent afterwards. Oh, there we go. Now it plays. How do you do variable length stuff? Variable, it depends on what. Like variable length what? Obs? Like what's in the obs if it's variable length? Say entities? Yeah, then you zero pad, and then it doesn't really matter. The zero padding should just get ignored in the network. Okay. Minimal env. Do a team. We have a big open source project, and Spencer works on this with me full time as well. I actually don't know what he's doing this weekend. Probably doing some robocode stuff. He's worked super hard in the last few weeks, though, on stuff, so I'm kind of happy to just be doing some of the maintenance. Policy doesn't work. The minimal, like, the reason I say it's minimal should auto-solve. Do you sort the obs? So the best thing to do is use an entity encoder. Second best thing to do is to sort the obs. Our entity encoder is pretty good, though. It's kind of new. I think I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then what we're gonna do, we'll do another round of these updates, but this time I'm gonna make sure it actually paralyzes them correctly, because otherwise it's pretty awful. Second here. I'll be right back. Okay. Puffer can fly? Heh. On Puffer from a plane. Are you working on flying a plane with Puffer from a plane? That'd be good. Financial markets. Yes, we've done work in finance and commerce professionally. Other than maybe policy, this is good. Maze is good. Okay. Drive is good. Tower climb runs very choppy. Snake policy. Craft X is kind of the one that I need to figure out more manually. I don't really know about Overcooked, to be honest. This needs some work, probably. WF policy is bad. Duro. Yeah, it's accelerating, right? Oh, looks good. Checkers looks good. Okay. What M's have you rated so far? I just have kind of added like our standard ones to the gold set here. On volley. Slime volley is going to end up being gold for self play at some point. And I really like this Asteroids End. Yeah, Slime Volley is really nice because it's easy to get like a pretty strong, scripted, fast opponent. Because it gets confused. and it fucking forgets to split everything out into subagents. Like, I'll say, "Oh, yeah, use subagents for everything," and then 2 messages later, it forgets. This is way better. See, this is the minimal env. Counts. Oh, yeah. Flappy Puff. It's funny. I actually really like this boss fight environment. I really like this. Okay? Everything. Uh-oh, please tell me Discord doesn't crash my PC. That'd be very sad. There is a tower defense env, it's new. Apparently Carmack's at RLC. That would have been cool to meet Carmack. Couple messages. Cool. Alright. Cool. Let's do this. We have 19. Oh, wait, this thing can just run 19 sub-agents, apparently. I thought you were limited to, like, 16. Nope. Apparently you can just literally run 19 sub-agents. Cool. Okay. This will finish everything. We will check everything again. The part that I'm not looking forward to is the part where I actually have to go through all the code diffs for everything and just say, like, nope, that's ridiculous. Stop breaking all my nice env code, blah, blah, blah. And I actually just pulled out a handful of eyelashes. Oops. Hopefully that was not too much damage. Release this week. Oh, not release this week. Pre-release this week. What am I talking about? Actually, the Dota 2 weights fit once. Uh, 5-0 Valo. New 5-0 though. You have to pull like the actual new 5-0. Because I basically I moved slash renamed slash deleted old 5-0, and now it's on the new one. I would certainly discourage Dario from saying that ever again to anyone. uh. MOBA Env is Dota. Do you recognize the map? The map is actually just the Dota map. Like, this is literally just loading in the Dota map. The characters obviously aren't. We just came up with 5 characters that were loosely based off of a combination of Dota and League abilities. It's a really cool env. We need to do more with it. I think we're probably going to polish it up and do some more with self-play on it once we have our self-play stuff set up, and prevent you from doing stuff like phasing through small walls. I mean, there's some cool abilities. Like, there's an assassin character that has a blink strike. You know, the tank has a big pull. Like, there's their healing abilities. There's like a bursty mage with a big AoE. There's like a couple of them have buffs as well. I don't think there are any dots. I think we did any like dots though. So it's not everything, obviously, but it's like a good range of different abilities and stuff. So much as on Reki. Well, it's a very fancy game and they keep updating stuff, right? Oh yeah, this is actually just Dota. Didn't you hear? This is the new texture pack, yeah. This is so much better now, right? That it does all 19 things in parallel. Like, we only have 7 things left. I basically just gave this thing access to an 8 GPU box to queue jobs on for anything that needs retraining. And, everything else is embarrassingly parallel, so. You played League? I've played a little bit, Valo. I'm terrible. I'm bronze at best. Iron, more likely. Is Grok bot or normal Grok? What? Whatever the normal Grok build thing is. Six left. WEF, battle, convert, freeway. Look at this. This is like 6 different ends right now that are all just running their jobs. Type Grok and CL. Exactly. Lalo gets it. He'll climb NetHack and make RL history. Hey, sir. So, you know we have an intern, right? And where is he? We do have an intern. And he's got Soda by a gigantic margin with Puffer on NetHack. It's actually one of the M's I am most excited about. There's no 4x. I think we would be better served with like an RTS, but even then, it's not that the game itself is hard to RL, it's the action space is just really obnoxious to set up. Yeah, Finn's agents have both gotten higher score and gotten farther into the game by far than any other AI, including, to my knowledge, the scripted ones that won competitions in the past. Which is very nice. In fact, that's what I would like to be doing right now instead of all this maintenance bullshit. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll finish this, and then my reward will be on Monday. If we finish everything, I'll get to just play around with NetHack. Smaller model for hill climbing. So NetHack is, you can look up NetHack. It's a crazy hard game. It's also not at all hill climbable, by the way. Which is the funny thing about that comment. It's like the least hill climbable thing imaginable. Hey, there's the man himself. Finn is the one who we were just talking about NetHack. Finn has been completely smashing it. All right, Finn, check this out. All right. This is my local view. Look at all the new ends. Look at them. What are the odds that we can get NetHack to run in the browser? Is it 0? I'd love to just be able to deploy your NetHack agent in the browser and just be like, yo, Tim. I would like it to be not needing Python and crap to build, at least. Also, all these screenshots are updated. I've been making visual tweaks as well, so like lights out looks way better now, right? This fixed? Yep, this one's fixed. Ooh. Okay, this has the bug where everything moves in slow motion. No, it doesn't actually. It's literally... For some reason, everything is just... What? Oh, it is. Yeah, it's the slow-mo bug. One sub-agent remaining. Well, we'll wait on this, and then we'll do all of them at once. Oh, there we go. Look, there's the battle env. I never finished this thing. Still laggy. Less laggy. Oh, it's this convert is the one that it's still working on. Oh yeah, this is our minimal entity encoding demo. I like it. Sometimes just making stuff go fast is also kind of cool. It's like, did you know that RL goes fast? Even though we can run it at 1000x this speed. What's the latest on NetHack, Finn? We also have not like chatted in a while. So by the way, like you can just ask me for a meeting whenever you want. I leave it open to you whenever you want to actually like bother, but I am here to answer whatever. So hopefully you learn lots of stuff this summer in the process as well. And any knowledge I pretend to have, I can impart. Implementation, optimization. It's a pretty good mix, I'd say. I really wish that I got to spend more time, like, implementing envs at the moment, because that's a lot more fun. I get really sick of all, like, the AI and maintenance work, and I kind of just want to jam some sim code. Much more enjoyable. All right, let's refresh this. And while there's only one task left, so let's see. Just let me do one thing on the side here. Multi-role stuff. Yeah. I honestly think that the single role was mostly just because people couldn't get multi-role working before. If you can train multi-role and it's not a massive penalty to learning, you should always do multi-role. And then you can just report the breakdown. Lots of results. Oh yeah. Lots of results. Spawn. Breakout. Start poll. Basically just spot checking all these ends, you see. Oh, that's so much better, right? Yeah. I think we're gonna have to cap the size of the policies that we deploy to like something that just doesn't lag. Because I really don't like it ever when Puffer lags. You know, we have the highest perf stuff out there, and if we have to ship slightly smaller policies to keep our website super super smooth, we should just do that. It's embarrassing to be shipping laggy crap. Instantly better. Or mill. That's a little big. Because 4 mil 16 megs. That might be okay if we get BF16 working, to be fair. But mind you, that doesn't mean we're going to cap all of our policies for experiments, Finn. That just means for web demos. Like, we will ship a slightly weaker policy. This convert is still working. Yeah, everything is running smoothly at least. This asteroids game's pretty cool. Nice, freeway is actually working. Policy sucks. Okay, though. Keyboard import for user control. Touch input. The problem is having to support touch. That adds a bunch of code for every single environment. So that's one of those features where I'm just going to be like, unless it's for an end where obviously it makes sense, no. I'd just be like, no, we're not maintaining that. $2048, maybe for $2048. See, that's like a, okay, that's a maybe reasonable ask, right? Connect 4, we might have to like make it terminate one step early so that it actually renders the final state. That falls into the realm of more minor things, though, to deal with. We're not there yet. Oh, these ends we don't really care. Yeah, okay. Whack-a-puff? Flappy Puff? Okay, the shape of the puffer is actually really satisfying the way that they did the rotate on it. It's actually really satisfying. Much better. Okay, yeah, the bot can add the touch controls, but then I have to go wade through whatever mess of code it makes. Like, code is not free. Particularly not when you're adding it to literally our most important research env. Can I exchange a soup voucher for a code? I do eat lots of soup. Unfortunately, most of the things I do are either free or very expensive. I find all of the stuff in the middle to be not particularly worthwhile. Okay, ants definitely has potential. This has potential for self-play. Less code is more good. This may have potential, I don't know the game. This is a really kind of a cool env. This is also cool env. I'm gonna use the restroom while we get these fixes in, okay? And then this should be basically be the first pass fully done, which is pretty damn nice to have this already. Get back. Oh, is Grok doing the coding here? Really? What code is Grok writing then? What code do you see Grok writing here? Because I really don't see Grok writing any code. I see Grok running a bunch of experiments and checking bugs and fixing very, very minor visual things and inconsistencies and loading bugs. If you go back in YouTube as well, you'll see like 3 weeks worth of me very, very painstakingly refactoring the core of Puffer down from 15k lines all the way to 10k lines. Because saving 5k lines of code was worthwhile. Mhm. Sounds fun. Mm-hmm. I'm still mostly using Grok or whatever while I'm refactoring stuff, but it's not me just going refactored the code, right? It's much lower level, line by line and block by block changes. It will look very different from this. Okay. Yay, this one works. Well, sort of works. Cool, at least. How long you been streaming? On YouTube, it only goes back 2 weeks? No, it doesn't. I'm gonna be very, very sad if that's the case. What do you mean it only goes back 2 weeks? It literally has all the VODs. This thing literally has like 2,000 hours worth of streams, man. You see this? Look, this is from real world. It's like 8 hour stream. Just have to go to the live tab. Mine doesn't let me scroll past the 2 weeks. Really? That would be exceedingly weird to me. They're definitely public. You on mobile or something? Is it like some weird thing? Yeah, I've been doing this for, what, like 3-ish years now? To refresh. Okay, better. Target facing. I love your language models. Much better. Target's good now. This is such a simple end, but it's so satisfying. Puffers eat stars. Of course, the natural evolution of this one is this. So chess. Yeah, let's see if this is fixed. It's a little slow, but it works. Probably just need to speed it up a little. Well, that's not right. Let me fix this first, and I will make the chest thing faster. I don't. This is not one of the good policies, though, Kret. Like, this is just whatever quick training run we happen to do for testing. Trash. Almost. It's just like long tail of janky bugs, you know? Why is it in drone render, goddammit? Well, we'll have to figure this out generally. Is this still slow-mo? This is still slow-mo. This is just like some ass scripting web horseshittery. Really annoying. Photoshopped. Wait, wasn't that that was Photoshop, wasn't it? There's no way. Ugh. Funny. Opening books in Endgame. Well, yeah, obviously. Why would we use that in self-play? Like, no. The goal is not to beat the goal is not let's make the best chess bot, right? The goal is like let's see how far we can get with self-play. We don't need this. We need... basically everything, isn't it? Yeah, let's make sure that we have our drone nicely working. Grokbot. This is just Grok. I don't... it's not a product for me. Fine. Okay, let's hopefully have this stop screwing up our evals. Would be very nice. And then I'm going to have to go through and see how much of a mess it's made of all the different bits of code associated with this. Which I'm hoping I will have 2 hours to do before dinner, and then we can have this massive merge, which has all the fixed ends. We can go from there. In day-to-day life? Like for what? The newbie popping. Yeah, it's one of the annoying things where it's like, I really don't like sitting here just having Grok open doing all this stuff, because it does set a very bad sign for the newbies. But like at the same time, what do you want me to do? I'm not implementing anything right now. This is like stupid, shitty maintenance work that I have to do for pre-release. Like, obviously, new people aren't going to understand the difference between that. But, like, this is essentially generating very, very little new code. It's triaging a large number of small, obnoxious bugs across a whole bunch of environments, half of which are by contributors just vibe coding the damn thing, so why am I supposed to spend my time fixing them? And then, even though it's only a little, like, small changes and stuff, I'm still gonna go through and review all the diffs. But like this bug, for instance, right here, this is a bug we've dealt with for the last 2 years. It's some utterly stupid M script and jank that has seemingly irreproducible trigger conditions and that you essentially just have to hack around. I'm not going to deal with this manually for the 5th time. The strategy you showed? What strategy I showed? The policy that was here was, like, that I had here was not our good model, man. We have, like, I think a 1200-ish elo policy, but this one wasn't it. Like, this is just the result of some random, like, quick self-play. It's probably, that one is almost random, like, random performance. If you want to see the real models, ask Jess. LMS. Are you watching that freaking PK event, Valo? Is that what's going on here? Oh, it's so funny. That's crazy. We got the No Boys Allowed PK event before Raids 4. Oh, jeez. That reminds me of, like... Oh, man, what were... Was it, like, the early computer ads? Or something? There we go. Annoying eval bugs. That's okay. Takes a little longer than expected, but we will still have this done tonight, which means that Sunday we get to test like usability and fix any of the specific ends that we want. And then we are on track for our release. Quite a few promising M's in here. These like 5 good ones in this. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. That's fine. We'll go through core changes especially. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. At least finally, we're towards the end of this. What is blown up by 500 lines? Pufferall's good. Algo's good. Probably. Yeah, Puffer CPU even. Like, this is just retarded. Whatever the fuck this is. We'll fix that. Lots of N's. That's not bad. You see, it's just, literally just one line change. Yeah, it's a lot of crap, huh? Where did this come from? Oh, this is the full port. Okay. Yeah, this is the full port. We'll be able to go through this pretty quick. I'm sort of just thinking how I'm going to do all of these change audits. There's a restroom real quick, I think. And then hopefully this will be done. And then basically the plan is just going to be to walk through all of the M's one by one. And we'll at least get the first pass into fixes. Man, the bots on Twitch are getting really weird. Are you diffing all manually? Semi. They're gonna be patterns of bloat that the LLM has added to all the ends. Where I'm basically gonna go through one by one with the LLM, like, let's go through the diff, and I'm gonna be like, up, this is shit. Go through all the M's, and anywhere you've done this, undo it. I'll be right back. I think it's bots. I don't know why anybody would be doing this otherwise. Okay, it did finish, so that's nice at least. Hold on a second. Oh, is Muffin watching? He liked the stream. Yep. So you see it, like, I find this here. This is gonna be everywhere. Where the demos go, I am currently going through env code file by file and looking for like bloated patterns from the LLM port. And then what I'm doing is I'm like saying, okay, this is the fix. So we fix it on the env that I'm looking at. And then I have the language model in the background go apply the same fix to any other envs where it made the same porting mistake. These are things like it added macro guards on render and bullshit like that. Okay, see, this is gone. Yep. I see these stupid ones at the bottom. It's pretty basic stuff, you see. It's just like, oh, it wrapped the functions for no reason. Cool. Um, like, let's just, like, for me, this is just a quick delete, but we have 50 envs. You could almost regex it, like almost, but inevitably you're gonna hit stupid edge cases. It's way easier just let the thing go fix this type of error everywhere. It's a completely brain dead error, right? To fix. And a lot of maintenance work looks like this. Okay. How much code do you think we delete from Kinvert's vibe coded env here? I mean, that's kind of the perfect use for it, right? Is just like slightly unfucking completely vibe coded PRs. Maybe 20%. It depends how automated we're talking. If I go a couple passes in the loop and I point out stuff that it missed, I've done 30% before pretty easily. Pragma once. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh, let's see how bad this is for Kinvert Air. So far, it doesn't look like it's even done anything super aggressive yet. We can do this on all the vibe coded M's later. I just kind of wanted to run it on one to see. I mean, like, look at this. This definitely... Is it removing lines? It's removing. So this thing that I have... Whoops. This is Joseph's stupid refactor algorithm. Inline everything only used once. Eliminate defensive garbage. Anything that's deeply nested, see if you can invert some conditionals or merge stuff to stop that bullshit. This one's the subjective one, which is co-optimize multi-consumers with the callers. This is basically just like play around, see if you actually split stuff up in the correct way or not. And then apply syntax and style at the end. That's it. If you just do that a couple iterations, like whether or not the language model can actually do that correctly is another story. But if you just do that yourself, that will fix a lot of your code problems. That will at least get your code from like complete unreadable garbage crap to decent starting point on its own. It's actually kind of funny what a difference it makes, just like literally pasting together all your redundant functions. Doesn't look like it's actually, oh no, it's cut down 150 lines at least. Well, it's a language model. It shouldn't have a personality. Reading hard, say Valo. Why are we still writing? If this is the new code at 609 lines, this is still super bloated. Okay, so 779 starting. So minus 168 lines of garbage. Well, that just makes it, like, bad, right? If the thing doesn't follow instructions, it's just bad. Most real world project. I mean, the driving end is in use by multiple companies, so buffers on the road. Passing grade for code bloat. Um, Passing grade would be like 10 to 15%. Well, it depends if what you mean. Me just if I can just casually like run this stupid skill file on the thing and just point out a couple obvious bits and cut more than 10% off, it's a fail. If I like look at it a bunch and I can eventually cut 10% off, like fine. Oh, that's why it took so long. I had to compact. Oops. Codex is slow, that's why I'm using Grok. That's the entire reason right there. Compression lobotomy. Jesus. Can anybody explain to me why, like, why this stupid compression thing exists? Like, why don't they just do a rolling window of 500k tokens? That's more than plenty, right? Particularly if you do subtasks, not in the context. Compression is not sparse attention, though. PyDev, what? What do you mean PyDev? Prime doesn't have a model, right? Wouldn't it be trying to retain context from earlier? Yeah, but it's just summarizing it into a block of text and then feeding it, like, It's not doing sparse fancy anything. Also, what the heck is happening with my... Let me make sure we're not crashing again. Mem. Chrome's a little hungry, but other than that, we're fine. Why rolling token window isn't a thing? Do I? To be fair, I don't know how much that is Chrome's fault. Like, if you just open Google Chrome to an empty HTML page, how much RAM does it use? Do this massive task. Yeah, it still, though, Valo, still doesn't matter. Like, okay, 549. So we just cut off, like, did we just cut off a third of the code pretty much? We did, right? And look, now when I scroll through it, I still see some defensive crap. I still see a little bit of defensive crap. But way better, right? Isn't that kind of funny how that works? Why would you listen to Dario about anything? Wait, minus 62, and then what was it? 160, I believe. Let's just tell convert that. So it depends. If you make your env really cool but bloated, I'll probably just like auto clean it up enough that I can play with it. If your env is like kind of cool but really bloated, I'll probably just ignore it. If you want to waste my time, you have to actually make something cool. Ooh, this is a pre-language models env, isn't it? I see a couple inverted if patterns. Yeah, mostly a couple inverted if patterns is all. Yeah, so Valo, for instance, Valo's env is really fucking cool. So Valo I'll put up with a lot of bullshit for. Oops. Could have been like 500 instead of 600. Not any less than that. I mean, I believe that. Hey, we have some RuneScape eng though. Skill issues MD is it's just in the 5.0 branch now. I'm probably just gonna ship it without any comment. Not a one-man effort at all. Yeah. Oh, right, Jess. Yeah. This is just gonna be a giant push with like all. It's basically the integration pass. What am I working on? We've got it pretty much all stable, Jess. All of them. So now what I'm doing is I'm paying the price for just having LLMs clean everything up. And I'm going through the ends one by one with the model. I can, nope, stop that, stop that, stop that. Obviously, I'm going to pay more attention to M's that I think actually have like a fair bit of potential. I'm gonna go get dinner in about an hour, and then I'm gonna do another night stream. All right, so it get longer. Oh, it did get longer, but it got longer because we ported in the scripted stuff. I'm fine with that. $620 lines. Not bad at all. I see the Pragma. Two space indents. Not bad. Yeah, not terrible. Iterating on Inferno on Monday. Computer screen enough. I'll get it pulled in. Thank you, Valo. I'm still trying to think whether I want to put the old school assets right on the website or what I want to handle. I might just do it and see if anybody cares. Because, like, the Colosim thing exists, right? Yeah, I agree. The main problem, actually, will be how big the assets are and whether we can load them cleanly. Yeah. So, like, we need to bundle only the assets that each one needs, I would think. Follow an employee? Nope. Open source contributor. Do Zoom all or something. Do you validate? Well, I don't need to validate my contributors. It's like, are you qualified to be contributing? I don't give a shit. I read the code though. And yeah, I go over code. I'll go over it live. If people want to go over their code on Discord, I'll go over code on Discord. If they want it reviewed on live stream, I'll review it on live stream. If it's LLM crap, I'll flame them. If it's bad but it isn't LLM crap, I probably will be nicer. Reverse a linked list. Oh man. Traffic light env. Oh, that type of thing? Yeah, Jess. That's stuff like Kathy Wu's lab does. And if I recall, they have like some really old sims that apparently their community trusts, but they're so slow. That'd be really nice. Otherwise, yeah. To be fair, we could literally just pull it from the Waymo data set. We already have the fastest open source self-driving sim. But I think just for a traffic control env, it could be made significantly simpler. Yay. Oh, jeez. Ton of fucking functions. Yep. If I allocate 10 minutes to each env, this is going to take about 8 hours, so I have to allocate less than 10 minutes per env. Meaning that I need to have these start being done in sub-agents. Okay. Do that in the next env. Nice. Oh, okay, this is still good. Okay. This is my own code. Fucking platform web. It's kind of funny how you can just visually see the difference. And then there's some debug stuff left in here. That's not bad. That's it. I'll be right back. The restroom. We'll do a little bit more of this and then dinner. Good enough for this one. What is reinforcement learning? Learning through interaction. So you have something taking actions in an environment. It starts off not knowing anything. It takes random actions. Bit by bit, it learns. We pair this with ridiculously fast simulation, and we have neural nets that are playing or interacting on months of simulations every second. Growth in RL going to be better than LLMs? No, but I think it's going to be very important. And I think it's going to be very, very embarrassing for AI as a field. The amount of investment and time that they've spent on language models, um, and some of the problems that they're trying to solve with language models when they just get crushed with basic RL. using techniques from a decade ago, plus decent infrastructure. Is Sokoban trademarked? Really? Oh, heh. Interesting. Where did I do undergrad? Stanford CS. So I pretty much spent half of my undergrad doing research anyways. Should be fine. Breakout's fine. Oh, float. This one's correct, actually. Currently doing my master's, learn more about RL. What would you suggest as a good starting point? I have educational resources on just that. If you go to my X tab here, and you just go to articles, this is all of our research, but then we also have educational articles. This in particular will be very useful for you. These I'm skipping because whatever. Interesting. High school student wanted to do CS at a high level. Well, start immediately. Actually, I always like to respond to these types of questions because I probably was too stubborn to have listened to myself when I was in high school. But this article, if I'd actually listened to this and done what this is, would have saved me many, many thousands of hours. Um, like honestly, like read this article every couple of months or more often and do what it says. If you're brand new to CS and don't know anything, I'd start with Python. If you already have some experience in some other language or whatever, go right to C. And then all the other stuff here, like seriously. There's also advice for science as well. I would also mention that we have had a couple different high school students contribute simple environments to Pufferlib before. It is not outside of the realm of possibility for relatively new programmers, even without using like a bunch of AI crap. It just takes a little bit of time to learn some fundamentals, really. And the thing is, those fundamentals, like, that's kind of all there is. Um, you don't need to learn 1,000 kicks. A lot of CS and AI education's like, here's a million things you need to know. No. They're like 5 things that you need to know. That's it. But you need to know them very well. You need to be able to apply them in the simplest way possible consistently across a large range of problems. Mission board are looking at international masters. Third world countries to study in the US. Well, the biggest blind spot I've seen, um, there's one guy I knew from Nigeria who was brilliant, but couldn't get like he couldn't even apply to MIT or anywhere because they would require tests that he literally couldn't take in his country. Aside from that, they're generally pretty good at accounting for like background and such. And it's the same thing as everywhere else ultimately, right? Exceptional ability. Like the thing is that most PhD students have already done half of a PhD, or most good PhD students have already done half of a PhD by the time that they start. Python sysop. Yeah, just come by stream is the easiest way to find me. I stream a lot of dev. My general advice to new people though is to like build a few things in Python, but do not spend too long in Python. It's nice because like you'll be able to build a few things faster, which will kind of give you like some idea of the types of things you can do. But like ultimately, learning low level is so incredibly rewarding because you can just build so many things, and it's a little bit of extra stuff to learn at first, but actually it ultimately simplifies things. Because if you don't know low level dev, there's so many other things that you need to learn simply because the high level languages are slow. Whereas if you just write really dumb low level code, like perf stops being an issue so much more of the time. Oh, hey John. Wait, hey John, where's my Fight Caves PR? I want that Envin Puffer 5. uh Valo got Inferno and Coliseum PRs up. We got NetHack PRs. I want my Fight Caves. Doing it right now. Awesome. If you just get me like some sort of working PR or like semi-working version, I can get it integrated onto 5 and we can start playing with it. It seems like you really put a lot of effort into like from what you were talking about earlier, into the quality of the overall engine implementation, and that would make a lot of stuff really easy to build on. You know, like potentially depending on how it looks, maybe it would be better for Valo to port his Inferno and Kalos scenarios on top of your engine. Because I know he put a lot of effort into the individual scenarios and the learning on those scenarios, but engine might be dicier. Very close to OSRS logic. No, that's not a waste of time at all. The engine has to match. Like, the mechanics have to be precisely replicable for it to be usable. Most of the bugs Valo has dealt with have been like mismatches in the engine. Okay. I'm not looking at this one because I know that this is, like, pretty high quality code already. This is just his stuff. Some of the bank stuff is a little jank, but that's because of legacy stuff. I'm not gonna mess with it. There's so many M's, Jesus. We're only a quarter of the way through. Good news is there are a lot of just like random whatever M's in here. Oh, latest DeepRL class. Is this actually good? Huh? Offline to online default final project. Ugh. Oh. Yeah, this is real bad. That's real bad. Not so we have not RL, 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 stupid baby mode RL, and not RL. So 40% RL, and this is RL that doesn't work. Ugh. No thank you. The heck? This is ours, right? Wait, is this ours? Or is this Spencer's? This looks like I put my key on it. 3 days. which is how long I've had this, right? Best deep learning course? Still CS231N. Note that I don't know how good the modern versions of it are, but the version I took all those years ago is still perfectly good. Probably. We still have 20 people watching the super slow dev stream today. Hello, folks. Fine to me. No, I don't. Just the last couple days I've had a box. The thing is, normally I have my own boxes, but we've got some issues and I have to be there in person to maintain them. Hello, welcome. When am I heading back to Puffer Farm? I got a trip at the end of the summer, so it'll still be a couple months. I'd love to be back there, man. It's so nice. Peace and quiet. Oh, shoot. I messed up. Okay, I'm good. I got 6 hour logged. A dangerous spot. Yeah, it's East Coast. California is okay. I don't know. It's been really brutally hot for a lot of this summer. 234? Who teaches this? My run skill. Oh, jeez. What? How the hell can this possibly be your syllabus? That's unfortunate. Don't bother with any RL courses. Hello. Why are the courses bad? Well, half the syllabus on these isn't even covering like RL. They miss all the actual important things in RL, and they spend all the time on things that do not and will not ever fucking work. $430 lines. It's not bad. It's like on par at least. I think this is fine. Luckily, most of these are already M's that I've reviewed. See, a lot of the contributors actually submit relatively reasonable stuff. It's faster. That's nice. What happened to Clean RL? Oh, to Chess RL. Yeah. So we have chess. It works. We're still actively doing self-play research. We think that we're broadly the main problem we have with self-play is just a general exploration problem. It's not really anything specific to self-play. So we're kind of thinking about that next. We have other self-play efforts in development now trying to address that. The chess is like, I don't know, 1200-ish, 1100, 1200 elo if you ask Jess, I think. Um, we're definitely going to continue using that env and trying to push it higher. University students interested in doing under. Yep, the ML article on. I have an article just for you on my website /X. This article, my highest rated piece of content. Go for beats Google on the amount of compute. So the problem with trying to beat Google is even if you make your stuff like 10,000 times faster than theirs, which in several cases, our stuff is literally 10,000 times faster than theirs, they will just spend 10,000 times the amount of money. But as far as our infrastructure and stuff for RL goes, yes, we win quite handily. I already know that this is a good env. Didn't use Google use them to play Atari games? Um, we solve Breakout in under a second. They're not hard. Yes, you can force them to work by spending utterly, like, ludicrous amounts of compute. They scale horribly with data, and they don't make effective use of sim. It's basically just RL being, like, stupid and expensive and janky forever. You can make it work by spending stupid amounts of money, but it's very, very jank, and you're just never gonna make that stuff remotely compute efficient. It also does not work half the time. It's just very jank. Puffer is not just faster because it uses state vectors. Using state vectors will get you maybe your first, like, factor of 5 performance over pixels. Puffer is not 5 times faster than other things out there. It's over 1,000 times faster than other things out there. We can literally train over 50 million steps per second on a single GPU. And we can train, like, decent sized nets well over 10 mil SPS. Like, we can literally chew through over a month of simulated data every single second of training. That's what happens when you ditch the entire existing ML infra stack and build your own for performance from the ground up. Now at least we're getting to ends that are easy to deal with. How's the quality of this thing? Eh. Couple style things, but it's a simple end. There's not that much to screw up, I guess. It does look a little long for what it is. What are you exploiting to get? Everything, like literally everything. We have end-to-end CUDA C train stack, no torch, no anything else. We have a custom net architecture that is SOTA over other recurrent nets that is much more hardware efficient. We have fused kernels for everything. We have stable B-float training. We have 3 axes of parallelism during rollout, inference, and training. Like, we have a lot of stuff. Been working on this for 3 years. We literally solve problems that used to take a day in a second. In so many cases, the entire thing goes away. I mean, you can train it against, like, you can train it against other cars that occasionally do wrong things for robustness. We do have, if you look at Puffer Drive, right? This is in collab with NYU. This is the highest performance open source self-driving sim. It's used by multiple companies. Loading the actual Waymo data maps. I think there's Carla in it as well. No, I'm done publishing. I finished my PhD 3 years ago. I write blog posts and I open source stuff. Other than that, all my work is professional. Factorio would be very difficult. You could probably get it to do something. The observation and action space for that game would be a total nightmare, though. So it's kind of up to you whether you think it's worth setting that up. Let me make sure that nothing messed with the code for this. I've already reviewed this env before. No, it's kind of as I remember it. It's not super high quality, but it's serviceable. No, NYU publishes lots of papers on that. Why do you open source? You can make a proper company. Yes, Puffer AI is a company. Businesses can hire us if they have internal RL efforts or they have a problem that they want RL applied to. We build ultra high performance sims as a service. We help companies integrate our tools. We do lots of things around this space. Our stuff's open source so companies can use it themselves, but of course, we're the ones who built it. So if you want to have the absolute best chance of getting your problem solved in the shortest amount of time, we also do custom R&D, stuff like this as well. I'm going to call it in a couple minutes and get dinner. I'm getting hungry. But I will be back after dinner for a couple hour stream. Did you deploy Puffer on hardware? There's one fun demo. Our intern Finn has a drone that flies around his room, runs the Puffer network, and you can like shove it and stuff, and it just goes right back to where it was. Found the papers. You're still on the paper. Oh yeah, I was on it for like the sim work though. I didn't like help with writing the paper. Like yeah, Spencer's on it too, right? That was a lot of work. Childhood, you must have a portfolio. Um, I mean, I've sort of been doing research since I was like 16. And I've been publishing since I was like 19 maybe. Pretty much spent half of my undergrad doing research. Like I did my main degree courses in the first year and then I just did research. Hang on. Oh yeah. Big chunky env. Okay, so for our first refactor pass, we've currently gotten through this column and then up to here. So a little more than a third of the way done. We have a lot of envs in here that like I don't need to look at. So arguably I think we're closer to halfway done. I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. And then we're gonna do a night stream. I really want to have this finished tonight. Oh wow, we have a lot of people watching now. Yeah, so the story with this for anybody who's just joining us, I'm trying to get a stable release build of Pufferlib 5, highest performance RL library out there. Quite a big margin. Do I have the all the ends actually to show off? I don't. I'll pull that web page back up later. But like these are the ends that we had in Puffer 4. There are many more of them in Puffer 5. They are varying quality. They all need audits at the very least. Testing, training, demos on the web. It's a lot of annoying janitorial type work, which is why I'm kind of just hanging out and doing a marathon stream this weekend. I think that by tonight, we can have at least gone through everything and make sure everything is generally sane and works. I think that's going to be the goal. If we can get that done, we can do broader testing on the rest of the library tomorrow. make sure that nothing broke in our trainer, make sure our eval setup is nice, figure out any other tools we want to do, maybe look at Constellation a little bit, see if there's anything we want to change there. And then hopefully we'll basically have done all of the annoying pre-release code side work in the course of one weekend. If we want to be extra ambitious, we can also do documentation changes this weekend. There's actually not that much we have to add to the docs. We very intentionally have a pretty short docs page. Other pre-release work is typically we write a couple of blog posts. I'm probably not going to do that this weekend. I'm going to wait until we're actually ready to release for that. And there are a few other just silly odds and ends that we have to take care of before I can fully release this. But I think that this will be a very, very good progress weekend. And if we're in a good spot by Monday, I will do a stream working on NetHack because Finn has some really nice NetHack policies. And I think it would be interesting to scale some of that stuff up. Oh yeah, other ends that we want to look at before before 5.0 releases fully. Neural MMO3, we found a big bug that lets us get soda. We want to scale it up and see if we can get Giga Soda. CraftX and CraftX Classic both need some major changes, but we have somebody we're working with on those already. I think that's all for now. I will be back in about an hour. Grab myself a quick dinner, take a little bit of a walk. I have been streaming for almost 7 hours. We'll put in another couple hours this evening as a night stream. Hopefully get through all the ends. Tomorrow I will do probably like a long run or something, some extra exercise. And then I will still have like pretty much the full day after that to stream this. Thank you everyone for tuning in. If you like my work, Star the Puffer on GitHub. It's free, it helps me out a lot. If any of this stuff looks cool and you want to get involved with development, join the Discord. It's discord.gg/puffer or click the button. And for all of my RL content, including research and education articles, you can follow me on X.